Good morning. Good morning. Good. Oh, wow. Hold on one second. I have to show this off. Check out the matching paladins over here. Oh, they're adorable. There's no way they're not like... Oh, well, I guess this is what the artifact gear looks like. Guess I got spoiled on that. Looks really good. Maybe they're not together then, if this is just the artifact gear. They're not even from the same FC. I saw two paladins in exactly the same garb, and I was just like, oh, well, clearly, they're like a couple or something, right? It didn't even occur to me that there's new artifact gear, and they're just wearing their artifact gear. Good morning, though. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? You'll never guess what. You get a cheese, and guess what? I got some sleep last night. I actually got some proper sleep. I actually went and made sure that all of my stuff was taken care of. I went to bed at a reasonable hour, and I woke up at a reasonable hour. I woke up early, because my cat, in a desperate bid to get my attention so that I might feed her at 5 in the morning, because cats are just kind of like this, pulled down the sheet that I'm using to block my window right now. If you didn't know, for like the last couple weeks, it has been hot up here. And one of the reasons that's hot is because I have a fucking huge window on my, like, on my bedroom, right? And the only thing blocking out light and heat from this huge window in my bedroom are these extremely paper-thin plastic blinds. And so what would happen, one, it doesn't block out any fucking light at all, right? And as soon as the sun's up, I'm awake. Because it just gets so bright in here. Issue the second is that it doesn't keep the heat out. It doesn't keep the heat out. And so, in an effort to rectify it without spending money, because I don't want to be spending money, like, I would have to get, like, blackout curtains to be a proper, like, fix. But in lieu of that, I took my spare bed sheet, like the spare extra sheet that goes on top of like the mattress cover but below the comforter, right? Which I don't need right now anyways. It's warm enough that I don't need it right now. And I have just put it over the window. And that's enough to keep a lot of the light and heat out. And so that works fine. It works fine until your cat at like 6 in the morning decides, bitch, I'm hungry, come feed me, pulls the whole fucking thing down, and bathes the room in light along with making this extremely loud noise. This fit is pretty good. I'm gonna level with you. It's a pretty good fit, actually. Hi, Ed. Hi, good morning. So I woke up to that, and I fed the cat, and then I went back to sleep. And then I've been up today, and I've been up for like 4 hours. I did another... I'm trying my best not to get burnt out on Final Fantasy right now. Because I know it's very easy for me to do that. And so I have been mitigating this while also being very aware that, like, I want to play Viper. I want to play Viper right now. I really want to play Viper. It's a super fun class to play, so I've just been, like, when I wake up, I roll regular, normal raid roulette. And whatever I land on, I just play, and then that's it. That's all I'm doing before stream. And today, we landed on Cruise Chaser, which is not the worst. Not the worst thing that could have possibly happened. It's better than, you know, than like either of the fist, you know, trials or fist raids or whatever raids. But I have a history with Cruise Chaser because it's a fight that I know pretty well, but I find that duty finders don't know it particularly well. And so there's a couple of things in that fight that will kill your ass dead. They will fucking destroy you if you're not careful. And duty finders typically don't know how to deal with it. And so I have a long history of queuing into Cruise Chaser and wiping 3 or 4 times. Thankfully, we got it one and done this time. Very thankfully. And so that wasn't a big deal, but my shock. I took a picture of my lizard because I wanted to. And I really can't, like, I can't, I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put up the picture. 1 second. Image. Oh, this picture is really big. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, here she is. Here's the picture. Let's scale this a little bit. I'm in love with my character. I haven't done like a proper G pose in some time, actually. I think this is my first picture of this outfit, actually, in fact. Despite the fact that I've had this outfit for like 3 weeks now, I never took a picture to kind of bring it in. And so this is my first picture of the new outfit, and I love it so much. I really do. It speaks to me. I am just in love with the new Dawntrail shaders. I love that you could see, I don't have a way of pointing on OBS, but you see like the handle on the sword on her left hip, right, is leather, and that's like a distinct texture from like the corset and the skirt, which is cloth, and then there's like some leather and metal going on with her like arm guards and stuff, and it all looks different, and the way the light like reflects off of her eyes and it gleams off of like the scales and metal. I love the new graphics overhaul. I am very excited for the kinds of pictures that I'm going to be able to take once I've kind of settled into Endwalker, but like considering that this shot only took me like 10 minutes to set up, and even that is largely because I didn't really know what tone I wanted the picture, and so it took me a while going through this dungeon to find a suitable area and a suitable expression for just kind of like, what is it that I want to look like? What is it I want to do like this time? And so, like, given that's the case, we're gonna be able to make some real bangers with this fucking graphical overhaul, you're telling me? Back when I first hit like in-game content for the first time, I'm talking back in pre-Endwalker days, after yeah, no, this is Zero Crime Tools picture here. It is, for as long as it's been since I've taken a picture, like, period, the time that it's been since I've taken a picture without the use of any crime tools is even more significant, actually. It has been ages. And so I was very happy with this. But like, what was I thinking about? Yeah, back when I was like in Shadowbringers, pre-Endwalker, I'd first kind of this was like the first time I reached what people consider endgame, right? Having, I was doing like Savage Prog at the time, right? I had gotten a house, and I filled the house with the stuff. This is after Weeb House got constructed, because I got that in October of 2020, I believe, I want to say. It was right before they changed over to the lottery system. It was like the last housing expansion before Imperium and the lottery system, when they just added a bunch of wards. And I remember I woke up at like 5 in the morning to be there right when the servers got up to try and get my preferred house. And I did not get my preferred house. I got my second choice house which is where Weeb House is now. And then I just had an empty house for like a few weeks. And then somebody in my office caught COVID. And so because I was like close to them, I got sent on a 2-week quarantine work from home. And during that time, I filled Weeb House. And the general layout and design of Weeb House to this day is largely untouched from the from my like lockdown design. There have been a couple of alterations. Some things have moved around, particularly I know Mira's room has changed a lot since then, but the overall layout of the house has been largely unchanged. I could probably point out independently which things have changed. I don't think the reading nook existed back then. I think I had plans to turn it into a reading nook, but I wasn't quite sure how that was going to come together, so I left that blank. Mira's room was left blank because I specifically was like, hey, this is your space for you. And I think there's like a couple of things on the wall. I don't think I had an equestrian back then. I had to get one afterwards. But this is all like semantics. Anyways, after I'd done all that, and suddenly I'm at like December, January of that year, I'm in a position where I've done the impossible at the time. I have a house that I filled with decorations that I'm really happy with. What is true endgame? True endgame is taking 8,000 pictures of your Lorbos. And so, for about 80 days straight, I did a daily G-pose during the late winter into spring, I think of 2021, I want to say. 80 pictures. And I did not miss a single fucking day. I took so many pictures. And I kind of ran through all of like the ideas in my head. I took so many pictures of like all the different classes I was playing at the time, and I kind of burnt myself the fuck out. But here I am now with like DAWNTRAIL out, and I'm like, maybe the era of pictures is back. Because I'm just a silly bean. I'm just a silly bean who loves my Blorbo. My love for her is terminal, actually. I think you'll find that it is, in fact, terminal. What other housekeeping stuff do I have to do? Oh, on the Discord, I put up a poll today, right after my going live notification. I've been kind of tossing and turning in my head whether or not I want to, do the Aether Current stuff on stream or not. I think I did the Aether Current stuff on stream for Endwalker. I don't remember doing it. I did stream Shadowbringers, so that's out of the question. I don't really remember if I did or not do the ones during Endwalker. And so I put up a 24-hour poll whether people want to see me do the Aether Current stuff. And if people want to see me do the Aether Current stuff, then day 4 will start off by going back to areas we've passed by, filling out as many Aether Current quests as we can, and then getting back onto the MSQ. So it'll be a bit of a disruption, but, you know, if we're not going to do them now, then they're just going to kind of sit there until I, like, finish my DAWNTRAIL burnout and get around to it on my own time. So that is a question that I want to leave up to y'all, whether I should do it or not. But without further ado, I think that's all the housekeeping stuff that I've got tucked away. There might be some stuff worth discussing in the future. So as for like breaks today, there's not a lot of food in the house at the moment, and even Tessa's kind of aware of that, which is why the question of like, are we gonna go out and pick something up and bring it back? That chance is pretty high. If I can get away with it, I will probably ask for them to just pick something up for me and bring it back. At which point I will have to take a bit of a break to get some food in me, and then we'll come back. But that should be our only break today. I don't have to cook today, largely because there's not much to cook. Unless I make like ramen or something, so we'll see. Other than that, I shouldn't really have many delays. So tomorrow's gonna be a bit of a different story, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Anyways, MSQ time. We're finally getting to gear that's like better than my current gear. I haven't cracked any of the coffers because a lot of my gear is 660, and I'm just like, my total eye level's a little bit below par right now, but like it's because I'm being weighed down mostly by stuff on the right side here that's still like 620. All my stuff over here is pretty decent except for literally this circlet here. Did I go to the sundry vendor in Charlotte? Are you talking about for like headwear, like the glasses wear stuff? Because I know about it, but I have not been there. The Poetics vendor there sends augmented credendulum gear. So the issue with that is that I don't have any Poetics. The issue is that before we started day one stream, I spent all of my Poetics on the Krend gear that I have right now because I did not do any gear farming during like 6.4 and 6.5. That was a period after I burned myself out on raiding. And so I have no gear from that time. Oopsies. I didn't get like any comedies at all. Because I burned myself out so much on raiding at that point, largely because of my old static, that I spent that time mostly leveling alt jobs and doing tribal quests. Allied Society quests now. Rather than getting Krend gear. And kind of by the time that like the new expansion was coming up, I realized like I don't actually have this gear, but that was like days before maintenance, right? Like not nearly enough time. Hmm. I'm still... Kedenram feels like a specific, like... I'm still super sus about this guy. Hmm. That sure is convenient. Alright, so we're gonna go to not rock Tiika. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. I realize that I have the Ethernet, and I keep forgetting. Bun 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 bun. I'm okay. I'm normal. I am really curious if my theory about why in Yak T'el they had the images because it like triggered their latent echo. I wonder if that's gonna come to bear. It feels pretty obvious that that's what they're hinting at, but I'm concerned that I am letting myself be led astray. I don't see why not. Girl, you gotta chill sometimes. Will you hold my hand? Everybody like that. Maybe ask Aaronville. Oh no, I don't want to get the old married couple back together. Of course, being an option. They knew. They knew. They knew. Hey, they knew. Of course, I'll wait as long as you need. Does it date back to Kedenram? Oh, it's literally modeled off of her grandfather's earring. Okay. Of course it's in Yak T'el. It's always in Yak T'el. All roads lead to not wreck Tiika. No matter how heavy it may be, the truth, the truth, the truth, the truth. It's a dark secret. There's a truth. No, no, it's gonna happen. This place is so cool looking.
Hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yak T'el. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named.
She's
It
not
is
even
here
holding my hand.
where the Shebral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
This place is so cool. I actually had a thought. I had a thought that I wanted to share before we started the MSQ. And I'm gonna try and not forget it here before we press on.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
Girl, you're bad on the sea, you're bad in the air, like...
The vegetation is far denser than in Cosmauca.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
Like a big snake or
A
something?
cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and
Oh,
groundwater.
well.
Many meteors fell here long ago.
Of course they did!
And after they struck the earth, it became susceptible to erosion.
Oh, it's the dreams! Of course it's the
Deep where
dreams!
some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
Of course, it all comes back to meteor showers, which leads me to
There was
believe,
one
again, the City of
time.
Gold is an ancient city, not
Is the Shebral
Allagan.
community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
So, like, I had this thought last night, slash, like, this morning, where I was like, why does DAWNTRAIL, like, strike me the way that it does? And the reason why it does is it kind of really reminds me of Realm Reborn, actually. Like, positive, right? But it's like, it's a Realm Reborn from a kinder era, right? Where the kind of overarching, like, threat, right? Because in Realm Reborn, the big threat, of course, is the Gorlians, right? Is this approaching invasion, which is kind of the existential threat that we face in the Right of Succession if either of the Mamulja win the contest. It's going to usher in, essentially, a second Garlean age, right? As Tural turns into kind of a new pseudo-Garlean empire. But I appreciate the restraint that we've had so far, right, when it comes to that, because of course that's the threat that is the kind of existential threat in Realm Reborn, but the far more immediate threat is the proliferation of summoning. So, of course, Realm Reborn is far more concerned about you going about Eorzea, forging alliances, and stamping out gods, right? So that you can kind of restore order in time for a potential Garlean invasion. That's kind of what Realm Reborn is going for, and, like, when you put it like that, it's not great. It's kind of concerning, even. And I appreciate the restraint that, like, the one trial boss we've had so far, whose name I've kind of already pigeonholed into my brain, because I've only... Beligarmonda, right, is not a summoned primal. As an auspice, it does represent, like, a significant threat. But I really respect the fact that, like, we're not going around smiting gods. And that this is Realm Reborn, but for a more culturally significant age, right? Like, I don't know. I really like it. It reminds me a lot of Realm Reborn, and that concept, that kind of felt like around is more grounded threats. Specifically, they're more grounded threats, but also the taste of going around and smiting people. Like, don't get me wrong, primals are like a genuine threat, right? That what they represent, it's not a real god. It is, of course, a figment of a god. And it's the threat that it represents is real, right? I don't want to get it twisted on that at all. That like, but it's different, right? The concept of you going around and smiting Ifrit, who is a real god figure to the Amaja, right, feels different than going around and smiting Valigarmanda, right? Because Valigarmanda is like a real threat, but also doesn't hold that kind of religious significance. A Realm Reborn has a real problem with colonialism. And a problem that it takes many, many years for them to begin to unwind, right? There's seeds in Realm Reborn that kind of paints the Eorzeans as kind of the baddies, particularly the Lamentsons, right? For building their entire nation state upon the former nesting grounds of the fish people, and a lot of their settlements on the mainland being in areas that goblins and kobolds have lived forever, right? And there's kind of that paint, but you still definitely kill Leviathan and Titan, right? Like, that is a definite thing that you do. And so it feels weird. And I appreciate that we're not going in that direction this time, because for an expansion that is supposed to be about kind of multiculturalism, right? It would feel different if instead that first boss, like, imagine, right, that the first trial boss is not Valigarmanda. It is instead a primal summoned by the Yak T'el that we meet, who are like hostile towards Turali unification, right? Imagine even if it is Valigarmanda, right? But instead it's freed by that kind of sect of Yak T'el, right? Because they like have this visage of it of like, oh, the defeat of this ancient blessed creature, right, is the thing that brought about the Tuliolo like rule, right? And so by freeing this thing that they've deified, they kind of hope to undo this whole Tural unification thing, right, that they seem very opposed to, right? And so, like, yeah, the Yakoi separatists, yeah, if they deified Valigarmanda at all, I think I would feel significantly, I would feel differently about how that story arc plays out, because, and it's because, like, Valigarmanda is kind of revered, but also largely everyone agrees, including those separatists, right, that it being out and about is probably a bad thing, right? That, like, it's not deified. I think that if it were deified, I would have a bit of an issue with it. This being said, I have a prediction. I am still very much of the belief that Bakul Jaja is going to be a trial boss, specifically the 77 trial boss, right? Not the last trial, but the second trial, right? My kind of niggling concern, right, is because he has such a fervent following among some of the Momolja, right? I'm wondering if he's going to Tsukuyomi himself. It's the fact that he calls himself, like, the Blessed Sons, right? And the fact that, like, he clearly has a lot of support among them, right? My question is if he's going to Tsukuyomi himself, where he will become, or like, Shiva himself, where he becomes a receptacle for some kind of primal image, right? And then we have to smite him. I don't know if I'm sold on that being a concept yet, but I kind of, it struck me as, like, one, I don't think he needs that, right? I think you've got a point there, that he doesn't need the support. I kind of feel like he does, though, because the first promise felled him with a single blow, right? I don't think he's gonna prove to be a suitable level threat, without some kind of steroids. And so the question is where the steroids will be. I'm very sold that he's going to be a fight, that his design is too interesting. The fact that he has a sword and a thaumaturgy staff, right, leads me to immediately believe that the encounter, like, there's too much fun stuff to play with on an encounter design, right, for us to not do that. But my question is where he's going to get his steroids from. I'm not sold on the concept that he is going to become a primal-like figure, but it's something I was tossing about entirely because I had the thought of, like, where's the primal mythology within, like, Tural, right? Primal mythology is a thing that we see recurring again and again in the story. It basically the only place we don't see primal mythology really exist is in Shadowbringers. But there are, like, you know, primals and stuff, even in Endwalker, that you end up having to fight. And, like, because they're born entirely of people's, like, devotion and ideology, I see that as being a possibility. The Jafar is going to be something about it. I see him potentially spurring on the concept of it. I find myself in a position where, like, because the concept of a primal has become so kind of, like, clarified at this point, that they are not, like, they're effigies of any kind of fervent faith, right? And they're not always inherently destructive, as we see in, like, Ramu, right? And stuff like that. That I see a world where in the kind of next couple arcs, Bakul Jaja is very clearly not going to win, right? Or hasn't won. And in retaliation, Jafar goes about, like, telling the people who were supporting him that, like, they still have a chance, right? That they have to essentially deify him, and it turns him into a Tsukuyomi or a Shiva, where there is, like, still a soul within the primal, but it's been transformed into something else. That's my question, right? That's my, like, hardball thought at this point. So I had this thought as I was going to bed last night. I was like, it's weird that we haven't seen much about any kind of summoning mythology in Tural. And I know summoning as, like, a practice kind of comes from the Asians, but it's also a practice that spans the entire Eastern continent, right? It's a thing that's existed in Eorzea, in Sharlayan, in Garlemald, in Thavnair, in Doma, right? It could also just be a solo instance. It could. I think it'd be less interesting, though. I think that my idea here is inherently a little bit more, like, I'm almost gunning for this, right? Just because this idea that I have here has got some legs, right? It would also potentially strengthen the First Promise's kind of, like, warmongering position, right? This concept of, like, our people are so soft, right, that they would rather summon this monster, right, than have someone else, like, they don't understand the danger of summoning a monster like this. And so war is righteous because it will teach them to not be silly heads. I think that there's, like, a lot you can play with there, right? Where every promise at that point would have kind of a unique reaction to summoning as a practice, right? The First Promise would have kind of that idea. Koana would kind of be like, our people are so scared of the future that they would turn back to the past, and Wuklamat would like see the division in their people and how, like, the people are so divided right now and need someone like her to bring them together. I think that there's real legs there. I'm not sold on the concept, but it is something that I was kind of tossing in my head last night, and I'm curious to see if I'm going somewhere. If I'm in fact cooking, or if I'm like stood over an easy bake oven, right? Like I have no idea. You never know. Sometimes you feel the heat of the kitchen, and sometimes you realize that you were instead just looking at an easy bake, and that you've not been at the controls this whole time. Dude, the new fucking the Songbird set here with the second die channel now? What does the second die channel actually do? Oh, it's just that? I thought you'd be able to change the color of like the ties. Even this is really good though. This is pretty decent. This place is so pretty though. This place is so pretty. Oh, there it is. How long is it gonna take for Eorzea GeoGuessr to incorporate DAWNTRAIL into their system? Second question, how long is it gonna be before I actually get good at it? I don't want to go that far off the path, I don't think. 300 meters to the north is like, it's way up here, actually. Fuck that. Jumping puzzle? Oh no, you can't climb those. I saw the pegs and I was like, oh, can I climb that? I cannot climb that. Sometimes I'm a little cat belt, okay? Sometimes that's okay. Come on, there's so many kitties here. Oh, well, I found one of the cenotes. I'll be very cross if you push me. Jose. Never be mean to you. What's so blue about this forest? You'll see. I'm sure he will. Can I even jump into this? Yeah, that's what I figured. The way that it was painted on the map, I was like, there's no way you could actually fall into that. What do you mean, everybody? Oh, well, hey, it's all the other, the entrance.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
Dude. So brazen.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as a lector on behalf of my people. As all 4 claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise, if you would please join us.
The way this, like, amphitheater is set up, is there, like, a competition afoot here? Hey, buddies.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
So we obviously get hooked up with Quana here.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red! Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-hit.
Lizard gang, lizard gang.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk
It's a
bibil.
cooking contest.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all?
Almost like that's the fucking point. For the smart one, you're not very smart sometimes. Good lord.
But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
I think the odds are in our favor. Yeah, they're probably terrible. Where's Pokemon? There you are. Pew pew. I am glad that his plot ends up not working. I was kind of back and forth. I was like, man, what was the point of the plot if it didn't end up affecting anything? But I'm like, it's kind of worth it. I don't know. Cheaters never prosper and all that. But you actually have to learn how to fucking cook the whole thing. Cooking's not easy. Sightseeing log. Strength from stargazing. Appears to be related to the coral. Bold shade painted directly upon this. Can you actually see the sky particularly? Oh, you can. Well, you could if it wasn't foggy and overcast right now.
Thanks.
Oh my god, hi Germ. Hi. Hi Germ. Hi Germ. Weird seeing you somewhere that isn't. Curious as chat. Oh, big stretch. You're kind of everywhere? That's concerning. If I turn around and you're right behind me, just know it's gonna end poorly for you. I'm always prepared. It's dark in your room? See, I know that you're in the wrong room, because it's actually extraordinarily bright in here. Like... I got, like, 2 different light sources on and my window open. It is shockingly bright in here, actually. I am... This is real. This is fucking real. Everyone else that I know who does, like, computer time right, they always fucking shout their computer rooms it's all dark. They keep their lights off, so they only light sources from their monitors, and I'm like, are you crazy? Are you crazy? You're gonna kill yourself. Are you crazy? Not literally kill yourself, but like, it sucks. I go downstairs and I see Tessa like up playing League at like midnight, and it's pitch black in the fucking living room except for her computer monitors, and she's got a lamp right next to her. Turn it on. Turn on the lamp. Turn on the lamp. Like, you're gonna burn your eyeballs out of your fucking head. It drives me crazy. Take care of your peepers. As somebody who has very bad peepers at this point, largely because of doing exactly that, take care of your peepers. Go get fit, dude. Absolutely, power to ya. Power to ya. I am not going to be getting fit today. I'm going to be here playing DAWNTRAIL for the next 7 hours, probably. That's important. You're giving me too many hints, dude. Banana peel. They steam it in an oven dug in the ground. I'd assume covered in leaves as well? There's a field of giants I see on my hiking path. You might have to fight them again. I hope you win. I give you my strength in that fight. I could take them though. I don't know how well you could, but I could probably take them. So immediately, this whole like cooking scenario definitely evokes imagery of some like actual South American cooking, where they like dig big pits and wrap all their food in like palm leaves and stuff. I'm not overly familiar with it, but I am familiar with the whole prospect. I know that that's a common thing south of the border. So they wrap it in the banana peels. Yeah, that's interesting. Squeaky flesh of bipedal fish. It's probably Brook. So imagine I have to go hunt the Brook. The crowd's just like, I'll take care of it. Oh. Son of a bitch! I knew it! I knew they were gonna do the firewood joke again. Fucking Christ. An 8-year-old in joke. Fuck, I hate this game sometimes. What am I meant to do then? So what am I getting up to? I can do that. I can do that. I'm a good merchant, typically. This comes 2 days after I joked about being terrible with my money. So, maybe I'm not the best candidate for bartering after all. Dude, you don't have to do the whole fucking tsundere nonsense. It's okay for you to say that you want to spend time with your sister, dude. I get it. Mahogany. Did bushes always do this? I'm being real. Am I having delusions? Am I having delusions again? Because I walk through that bush and seeing the grass move as I walk. I mean, they must have. I must just be losing my fucking mind. As somebody who's done so much botany, though, I feel like I'd remember if they did. Do I have to actually barter with him? This is other than Zebra revealed. Yeah. Oh. So we are gonna have to go to the forest. Okay. Curiouser and curiouser. And that's what makes sense to me. Because I'm here thinking, like, we're learning how to make the dish, but we're not learning why it's, like, important about the dish. Hmm. So I'm almost anticipating that the dish comes from, like, the Mamulja or something. And like, the reason why it's important here is because of its role in, like, the cultural exchange. If I had to make an initial guess. I also definitely get the impression that, as a result, the people here are far more willing to help us than they are willing to help either of them. Oh, there's a cenote. Of the Mamulja, which scans. It's good to know that there are places that believe in our cause, so. It's... I'm sure that this place looked really pretty if it weren't for the fog. I still can't get over the part where, like, I've seen this complaint a couple times online where, like, the weather was ruining my Dawntrail expansion, and it happened to me exactly once, where they were just like, we are supposed to look out over the bay and see the boats that were going to take upriver, but the fog was too dense, and I literally couldn't see them. And, like... So why was this place abandoned? It's been a while. Oh, hey! You remember... Oh, he's gonna freak out again. It's gonna happen again. Okay. He's my favorite. He continues to be my favorite character from this expansion. Bird, 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 bird. Isn't it always a land war? Lower force is also where you get the bananas from, though. So I am, again, of the belief the reason why Zeebrugge Pupil is important is because, like, because of the cultural exchange. Are we going to touch on summoning? And I would assume that gave rise to, like, one of the first blessed children. That's the first autarch. And this is ancient history, I'd have to imagine. I would have to assume that we're not talking about Galul here. Unless it is Galul, but the idea that Galul is like the first blessed son? I don't... The timescale feels off for that. The timescale feels off entirely because Wook Evu here was saying that his great-grandfather lived in this village. So it would have to be ancient history. Also, holy fucking shit. The Cinder Field. Holy shit, and you have to go through the Cinder Field to reach the Mamook village? Jesus Christ. I like the Quantum race to the 12. That's a nice touch.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinder Field. A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been. The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter. Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago. Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawnservant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
I don't think you're supposed to be super excited about that.
That both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawnservant's behest.
Echo moment.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
His old voice is so not exactly what I expected.
We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Puff your tails and scurry off, then. Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest.
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies
It's the
far
first time
to
we've
the
actually heard
east,
about Reason
where
at all.
numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us.
Ah, but he knows.
Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
A big whiner.
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil, and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine. What do you suppose happens then?
It goes poorly for you.
You do not know the warlords of the East. But you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or
Fuck
any
yeah,
other foe.
anti-colonialism.
There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Fine.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawnservant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawnservant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
Turns out Angie is correct about everything. She is smart and
That's your
intelligent.
rupee bill, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawnservant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawnservant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Friendship always wins.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Bibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us.
You keep looking over there, girl.
What's wrong?
There are eyes on us.
Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Cooking.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Now they looked like a Hrothgar. Leads me to believe it wasn't one of our rivals. Sorry, I have to get a closer look at this. Holy shit, the fucking... His face is cool, actually. Dude, this place is cool. You can see the fortifications over there. And then the I can't remember the name of the Hrothgar here. Whatever they're supposed to call the tribe. I keep forgetting. This is brawl. I have to get a closer look because were I not, this looks like a tank or some kind of war chariot. Obviously, Mamul. I think that's exactly what this is. No, is this like a... It doesn't look like it could move. But it looks like it's designed to carry someone? I have no idea what this is, actually. How curious. Don't know how we're supposed to get the bananas still. Well, if you're gonna say that we're gonna steal the bananas from a monument, I'm probably gonna have to shoot you down, dude. That's a little much for me. Not quite sure what clues we're looking for. Oh. Or Quana. Bro's just like, oh man. He's got a point. This leads me more and more to believe that Quana might bow out. I'm not sold on that being a sure thing yet, but it's kind of a thought that I've had at the back of my mind for some time now. That, like, if anyone is going to clear the field for Wuklamot to take a victory, I would dare argue that that Quana is the only one who would do something like that. I can just teleport back, actually, can't I? Not something that I'm sure he's gonna do, but I almost anticipate it. I sure hope the dish is, simple to complete. Knowing the things I do about certain kinds of South American traditional culture, some of them are rather involved. How grave indeed. Angie made it toward the village and borrowed cooking utensils. Our expert firewood picker. No, Alize! No! I'm a level 90 culinarian! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! I feel so seen sometimes. Thank you. I'm easily the best chef among you. Of course, Cryle has to offer to help for anybody who isn't a culinarian, but me? please let me actually be helping with the cooking too. Like, please let me, like, show me that I'm actually helping. Thank you.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
You gotta be careful when trying my cooking, dude. I've blown people's clothes off before. You gotta be careful.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil.
Oh, man.
Admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yak T'el's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawnservants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
This is the first time we've
I
actually
believe
gotten
we
to
have
eat
yet to receive
an
our
entire
blessings,
fucking
my lord.
taco.
Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I love how tiny it is in his hands. Oh.
I see.
Oh no, there's something gravely wrong.
While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous!
Means
The
they
meat
didn't
was
cook it in the
marinated and
leaves.
spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
It's steamed in the banana leaves, though.
And what about the Tiika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Owned, 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 owned,
It's
owned,
just
owned,
some
owned.
crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Have you ever eaten anything that's been steamed in banana? Like, bananas have a very distinct and immediate flavor.
As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
Oh.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Enjoying the dish is part of the assignment. Love
Don't
that.
have to tell me twice. That was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
I already am pursuing that. Don't worry about it. I already have a family I cook for.
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
Bro, you ate Charlene food.
To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Only 1 feet left.
Oh, it's got stripes on it, like the crossbow do.
I should get going then.
What?
I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
Edgar's just like, mind your manners, young man. He truly is a dad at heart.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shibruk people left? I could really use another helping.
Girl. Not unless you want to have the worst dish, I guess. It's a crucial victory, sure, but the problem is it's gonna paint a bigger target on our backs. A tabletop rugby deal. That's going in the free company house. I fucking love that. New wares are available. You can actually just buy it now as a food item, I have to imagine. I'm gonna have to check that before I leave town. See if it's on the item list. I still want to get to the bottom of this whole meteor thing. I have to see though. I have to go to the Aetheryte Plaza and check. It's correct. I was exactly correct. That's going in the free company house. I'm trying to remember what because we have, in the basement, we have a place to, like, do food and drinks and stuff. I am trying to remember what is on there right now. I think it's, like, an Ishgardian pastry dish or something? Traveling with infants. Huh? Did he come here with Cryo? That's a cool looking mount. Well, that's his name. That's the guy. Dark secret. Dark secret time. I knew it. I knew it. Man. 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 Oh? Hey, the sky's cleared up. It is really pretty here. Hmm. It's been pretty good. I've been pleasantly surprised by her by around basically every corner, notwithstanding the time that she got kidnapped. Oh. What? Huh. I mean, I'm already doing this, buddy, but yes, I will. got you, buddy. Don't worry. I had inklings of a thought, right? The tiny inklings. But I wasn't certain. Oh, it's one of Bakul's lackeys. Oh no, it's an instance. Oh no. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. I am going to go pee because I kind of need to do that. I've been holding it off until I hit the next Aetherite, but I'm gonna do that because I might need to. Hi. Hi. Okay, we're back. Apologies about that. Girl, you couldn't come up with a more convincing lie than that? Like, surely... Surely if you must... Do not let her out of your fucking sight! Don't let her out of your fucking sight, girl! Did they grab Cryle or something? So in lieu of being able to kidnap the Promise herself, they've just kidnapped one of our companions instead. Classic.
What is the meaning of this?
Uh-oh.
And just how far do you plan on taking us?
Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh, Morok! Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you'll deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here.
There's zero chance Bakul is the one who tried to kill her. Are you shitting?
Look at him. Go on. Look. Surely you recognize your real father.
I mean, the resemblance is pretty uncanny.
Then ask your trusted sellsword. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
I am sure if I tried to think about it, I probably would have noticed.
Is it true? Is Morok my...
I mean, your father is the Dawnservant, to be fair, but...
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones.
In the upcoming battle, you will fight as Wuklamat.
Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend!
Come on, girl. You've got this.
Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages. Come on then. You want to fight? I'll give you a fight.
Go on, give me the helm, girl. Give me control.
Oh, such heroic caterwauling, Promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him.
Do I finally get to do it? Do I finally get to in the upcoming battle you will fight as Wuklamat? This has been a long time coming.
What are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Way to get under his scales. Oh, man. I feel like my character has the ego the size of a fucking blimp. It would be like, don't worry. It's all like, I'll just be here menacingly. But surely I gotta rile up his ego.
You dare call us cowards? I'll kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Girl's just gonna go sit on a
Eyes
log
on
somewhere.
Me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawnservant, and I will protect my people.
Alright, let's go. I played Warrior before, I know how this goes. Do you think she gets a Fell Cleave? Oh wow, they actually do this now. Wuklamot will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. She gets the limit breaks? They recover her HP, use them early and often to emerge victorious. Okay, so don't be afraid of hitting the LB. I got it. Alright, what do I got? I got 3-part combo. These are Sword Pet, Heart Bar, Pop Bar. Oh shit, I can't. Is this locked? Okay, I can move stuff around here. Okay. So put this should be over here. I could put this on my Z. This is a single target combo. This should be an AoE combo. This also restores HP upon the final, so this is just like a 3-part combo. This is the ranged attack that gives me immunity, that's fine. This is... this is fucking... Warrior's get a skill like this, that's fine. And then you've got the Russian, and then a limit break. Okay.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds.
Oh shit, okay.
Magic should be more than enough for Miss Middens.
Uh-huh. Okay, so that's fire, so that's gonna explode. This is gonna push. Okay. Okay. Easily done.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior.
Okay, so this one chases. Oh, I took a vuln there. Definitely should have been a little bit more cautious. Probably should have actually just stood my ground a little bit. But staying on the edge is probably the best thing there because it grows so much.
Miss Middens is no longer abusing me, brother.
This right has taught me so much.
But I get a lot of health off that, and I
my
get...
nation, my people,
Oh.
and myself.
Okay, this is a stand in the middle of... Which means I'm gonna get pushed again. I need to get pushed to that. Never mind.
Can't
keep up.
Not a fan of that. They told me to anticipate one thing and they did it different. Luckily these phone stacks don't last very long.
How do you like this?
So here's where the AoE comes in. Apparently not. Under the assumption I'm not going to get pushed this time.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety.
Jesus,
and
6%
happiness.
of his total health is a pretty good limit break.
It's time we finish that, brother. This is the end for you, kitten.
Towers? I can do towers? Okay, so this is a push this time. I'm gonna get pushed here.
It's not enough to claim the title of Dawnservant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Leave it up, Star. Why won't you die?
Supreme standard.
Fine. I'll show you the true power of the blessed.
Action time event.
I will be the next Dawnservant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Oh, let's go!
That's why there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you.
Dude, that was cool.
What? But that was everything I had. I can't stand it anymore. Attack! This is our fight. Stay out of it. You bring shame upon us.
I'm not quite sure what I got hit by there. I was. Oh, okay. These puddles fall up.
We care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk. We cannot lose.
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see.
Damn. All right, this fight's getting rather intense.
You still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Can I get some resolve here, please and thank you?
Such confidence. Changed. She wasn't like this before.
I don't even need it. God damn. Dramatic finish. I anticipate this is not the last time we fight Bakul Jaja, though. Genuinely, if anything, it gives me further conviction of my predictions. That if he doesn't die here, he comes back as a trial boss. Probably all primaled up.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be?
Dynamis, bitch.
How could
Literally
that
Dynamis.
house cat beat all of us?
It's literally Dynamis.
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
Hmm?
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
You sure are forthcoming with this information. Somebody having
So
a
that's what he was up to.
faltering,
But, should you be
like,
telling us
belief.
this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
Here's what all those pots were.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me.
Interesting.
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawnservant's daughter.
Found family.
It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tuli Hyolal's next Dawnservant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
A certain satisfied air. Yeah, I fucking kicked his ass. I still am questioning what the little secret with Aaronville is. A little surprised that we haven't touched upon it in a while.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover.
There's probably inns in the village y'all can stay at. You know that, right? You don't have to sit out here by a campfire just outside the village.
Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Pibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I fail to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawnservant?
Dude, I made this prediction ages ago. I really do anticipate him bowing out.
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawnservant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Oh.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Indeed. So there I was, and I kicked his ass. Wasn't even hard. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Again. I'm certain that we're gonna run into quite a few Mumul down there that are salty about the peace treaty is the only word I can think of. Right, because the war on their term was expansionist, right? And I'm sure there'll be plenty down there who are like, if we had just kept fighting, we would have won. We gave up at like our most opportune moment. Well, we'll see about Aether Currents. How's that poll going? And here I am back wanting to get a good view of the place. Because I was like, oh, I didn't get a good view the first time because it was foggy. And then the weather cleared up when I was doing those quests. And now guess what? Foggy again. Is that a giant squirrel? Is that a hunt target? That's a hunt target for sure. Yep. 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 And so my thought, right, is if my thought is correct, and that we're gonna run into quite a few Mumul down here that are kind of still warmongers. Again, it just further reinforces my impression that we are going to... That Bakul here, the obvious favorite of the Mamulja who are down here, like, I anticipate that, like, the Autarch, right, is going to be like a trial boss. I continue to be more confident about this. Willing to be wrong. Willing to be wrong, for sure. But... confident that I am not reaching. Angietrail? I see the blue already, though. There's a part of me that's like, why are the Scions so impressed? We know about Dynamis, and we know how strong Dynamis is. It's not, like, at all unforeseeable. Like, it's not completely unseeable that someone like Wuklamat, full of conviction, if not physical strength, could overpower a superior opponent. That, in fact, is the whole precept of Dynamis itself. It's envisioned in the concept of limit breaks. A thing that the fight tells you, holy shit. Holy shit. This place is so pretty. This is one of the meteorites, is it not? I mean, it sure looks like one. Thank you for the stinging, or rather prescient, observation, Kryl. I desire to know more about the meteor shower, and I'm wondering if we will get further insight about it. I should touch this crystal. Always touch rocks. It can't be that bad. Let's split up and search for clues. I'm thinking about food now. it's happened. We've been going for like 3 hours and I'm just like, we do the whole cooking quest and I'm just like, Interesting that a lot of them are so well dressed. I mean, I guess it shouldn't actually be that surprising. They had said that Mumulja really only disrobe their top half when they're trying to fight. These are mostly, well, yeah, see, there you go, immediately. Oh, wow. They are not at all happy to see me. They hate us. God damn. Not really. I mean, I see them for sure being hostile to us, and we just humiliated their favorite candidate. Humiliated, by the way. A lead? I just had the thought again. Where is this Stidian?
Up there.
Battle music sure is a discouraging sound.
Bested by a mere shade.
Sorolja? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawnservant as he was in his prime.
Is this the trial then?
The channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the feet of the Brotherhood.
wisest warrior. Yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when
It's called the right of Brotherhood. Like,
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector. Zoralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
damn! God damn! Oh god, they're gonna do summoning the fucking Jafar character. It's all coming together. No! No, I don't like being right.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Zoralja was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home.
Huh?
This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets.
He's gonna show that he's missing one. He's gonna get disowned right in front of us. Or that he's missing quite a few of them, actually.
What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
He tried that.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors?
The way they say it, sacrificed.
You are as useless as your siblings. A failure.
Oh.
Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule.
next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
Yeah, girl.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn. Do as you will. But until you triumph over the shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
I might be a little off base. If he's disowned, that throws a wrench in the whole primal concept. Trouble is certainly the word I would use. Lizard is the second. Everyone here has been super fucking rude, so my opinion is rather poor already. Correct, because we're the best. Desperation is definitely the word I would use for him. The second would be lizard. Am I responsible for that one? I don't remember fighting many two-headed Mamool, but I probably have at some point. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, because the Blessed Siblings also have their heritage rooted in, like, the autarch rule, right? Like, the concept that, like, the two-headed children were the ones that united the clans and then led them to war. There's definitely, like, something going on there that's less than great. And so I imagine that there's a world where people are kind of, like, devoted to getting rid of them, right? One second, I'm asking my roommates about food. I was thinking about it, was like, what food is nearby that's, like, not terribly expensive I can ask them to go pick me up, but is also, like, filling. And I was like, oh, there's that diner that's real close that is really good. And then I remembered it's Sunday, or I got reminded it's Sunday and they closed it too. And I was just like, fuck! Fuck! I don't think I've rolled Gabriel Alpha this entire time even when playing this expansion. I think this is the first time I've actually rolled him on all my mount rolls. There's more meteors here. I guess they didn't make cenotes in here because they had to crash through the canopy first, I would assume. Or perhaps the ones sitting on the surface are rare exceptions. Oh, there's quite a few on the surface, though. Oh, it's in the tree. Look at that. It's the blue Morpho. I didn't anticipate a Venture Brothers reference. A Venture Brothers reference in fucking DAWNTRAIL. I'm gonna ask anyways. They'll probably ignore me, but yeah. Cerulean. I read that as ceruleum at first. Like the shit that the, Oh shit, dungeon time. All but certainly, I'd have to imagine. If I had a nickel for every dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV that is located deep underground, attached to a forest where a lot of light doesn't get through, and probably contains some dark and secret, or like dark mystery from somebody's past, I'd have 2 nickels. Assuming that this is a dungeon. Are we gonna be... Is this where the pots come from? The pots that we glimpsed in the echo? What the fuck?
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yokui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
They can be big butterflies. Nah, too fast. It's that mount I saw from earlier.
Bakul Jaja.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are.
I love dark secrets. I love misery.
Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant.
So they're actually not that rare at all. It's just, I imagine that a lot of them are sent to their death at a young age. Or that many are stillborn.
We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibran was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power. When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children. No matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die. Trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what.
And some character development. That a little. Bakul still sucks. Nothing can justify what he's done.
But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
I could be cold. I could be cold. I could be cold. Oh, dude, I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. I was really anticipating the truth to be like far darker, right? To be far darker, that they had to perform specific like rites, that the loss of the children was purposeful. But if, I mean, don't get me wrong, children dying is not a good thing. But if it's like, oh, it's just that like 1 in 100 die of natural causes. You didn't sacrifice anything, dude. That's not a sacrifice. Your people sacrifice stuff, sure.
I should never have been born.
But that's hardly a personal sacrifice.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths.
That's more correct.
The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours.
Again, more correct.
Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here.
You fuck him. Fuck your dad.
There we will gather the people and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends Ehubico and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them.
Damn. Just rip that shit off like a band-aid.
I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
Friendship wins. Alright, well my prediction was wrong. He's had too much of a character flip.
Your reasons. I'm glad I could know them.
Modifying prediction. We will still fight a primal summoned by the Mamul here, but it will not be of him. It will just be of, like, a more nameless two-headed blessed son.
You're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Could be the father. Could be the father.
Thanks, Wuklama.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
True. I mean, hatred is a little invigorating, don't you think? A little bit, in moderation.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Gotta keep the hatred in check. I mean, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, the father in particular, I still anticipate, the fact that summoning has not been like a part of the story at all leads me to believe that summoning will eventually be part of the story. It's too ripe a fruit for them to not use. And specifically the description of these guys as fanatics, right? Leads me to generally believe that, like, they will go there, right? Alright, sorry, we are... We were thinking about doing food here finally, and so I am looking through the menu, trying to think what I would want. So I just need a second. My brain just popped into existence. You got a microdose on hatred. Alright, food figured out. Hopefully Tessa agreed to go pick it up, so I won't have to go anywhere for it, but I will have to go somewhere to eat it. Well, I'll have to go for a second to bring it up here and eat it. No! The answer to this question is no! No! Okay, look, okay, we're doing this. We're fucking doing this. We're doing this, okay? Emmett, right? Emmett is a understandable villain because he does unbelievable evils, right? But he does so from a position that is at least not morally acceptable, but is understandable, right? The important thing is that people understand Emmett's pain and people sympathize with him, but they don't forgive him, and it doesn't justify the things that he does, right? It's the same here, and I find myself even less sympathetic for this guy than I was for Emmett. Emmett at least I get, right? To have lived 1,000 lifetimes, to have seen your entire people not only like completely eviscerated but forgotten to memory, to be forced to live among people you consider less intelligent than ants, right? I get it. But like, okay, the petty stuff where like, oh, he threatened somebody for Ilihana or whatever, right? Or the bit where he kidnapped Wuklamot and tried to steal, well, he did steal her keystones, right? Or the bit where he threatened to kill her birth dad, right? So that they would duel. All that is relatively petty, right? Relatively petty. But Cool Jaja unleashed, like, the fucking Sky Terror, right? This ancient creature of myth and a legend, right? Who has been imprisoned for almost a century. He let out of its cage, not even for any of his own dubious means, simply because he wanted a head start on the competition, because he knew that everybody else would take their time to like divert themselves to try and stop this creature from running about and killing hundreds, potentially, right? It's like, it wasn't even he did it specifically to, like, at the finish line to win. He just wanted a slight leg up. His actions are not defensible, and I don't find that his sufferings are even, like, okay, I get it. Your parents expect a lot of you, right? We've all been there. Everyone here who has ever been in, like, any gifted program gets you, dude. Your parents expect a lot of you. And you have the additional problem of, like, your people are so obsessed with creating a new champion, right, that they are willing to let hundreds of children die in stillbirth in order for you to come along, right, to create that. But even then, right, one, again, it's not your sacrifice, right? There is nothing that, like, it's purposeful, I guess, right, that your people are willing to do this, but one, that's not a sacrifice that you made. I guess you could be drummed into it as, like, a child, and I can get that, but two, right, like, I just don't see it, and maybe I will never see it, but I can't sympathize with him. I can say if he's willing to make amends, we'll see, right? Given that, like, a handful of quests ago, I was willing and ready to tell Wuklamot to just behead the fucker and be done with it, maybe I'm a little less, like, willing to say something that dramatic, right? If he's willing to make amends, but he has to make amends first. I don't believe that, like, no, I could never pick this first one. Gifted child to genocidal maniac pipeline. The line woman's too kind. Look, I mean, in retrospect, I'm probably against capital punishment. I am against capital punishment, let's be clear about that. But, like, maybe my desire to just see him beheaded and be done with it was a little much now that they softened up, but, like, no. His ultimate goal, right, was to establish a Mamul ethno-state, right? It's definitely bad. Wuklamot's gift is empathy. Do you think she's just like median? You're right with the ethno-state thing from... Yeah, no, that's his ultimate goal, was if he took the Dawnservant title, he was going to lead the people who live down here in Recluse and essentially, like, establish the capital state as an ethno-state for his people. Like, the Zerul, or I always get his name wrong, the first promise, the eldest kid, the one-headed blue lizard guy, is an expansionist and a nationalist, right? And a big warmonger. And Bakul Jaja, on the face of it, was doing all of this because he viewed his people as superior, specifically the fact that he's, you know, of the two-headed variety, right? That he's the only one willing to lead, and that his taking of the Dawnservant title is proof that the Mamul have a, like, more prominent role in society and should be the ones leading the rest of the nation. Obviously, an opinion that he gets from his father. But a reprehensible view all the same. I am, again, not sold, right? We're gonna meta here a little bit, right? I guess there actually wasn't... I guess we've done the early trial. I guess it's too early in the story. Because I'm not crazy. Yeah, because we're still a little too early for it. I do genuinely believe that the concept of summoning is too rich for them to leave it on the floor. I really am surprised if I was wrong about this. That there will not be an attempt to, like, summon a true champion at some point. Where the fuck is this person? With the politics chart, I'm looking at the expansion. We just need a trans communist. I've got good news for you. Wooklamat's right there. Wooklamat is right there. You could actually make a could you make a political chart out of this? So, if Wooklamat is bottom left, right? Well, first of all, the 4-squared political chart fucking sucks ass. Let's get that out of the way. So Wooklamat would be bottom left, right? I would argue that Quana is bottom right, right? The tech bro libertarian type. Top right then would be Bakul Jaja, I would say. And then that would leave Zerul as top left. Am I cooking? Am I cooking here, actually? Because Zerul's ambition, right, is to unite the continent under one banner to then lead an expansionist war across the ocean, right? Bakul Jaja wants an ethno-state, or wanted an ethno-state, so that would put him in the top right. Quana is a, like, pro-tech, anti-traditionalist. So, not like a real libertarian, because real libertarians are top right as well, but like the idealized libertarian, where it's just like everyone for themselves and stuff like that. I don't know. That one I'm the least confident about. If anything, I would say he's a centrist, but like if we're doing the full meme, right? Like, if we want a more accurate chart, I would say that Quana is a centrist, right? And that Zerul is a true authoritarian, middle of the chart, right? Very, very top area. And then I would put, I would put Wooklamat as, like, center-left. Not quite a communist, but definitely left enough to be welcomed by them. She cares a little bit too much about cultural identity sometimes. Well, I mean... Is Wooklamot a... The real question, is she an intersectional feminist? Does she have a fucking mane? She doesn't, but her English voice actress actually is trans. Oh, hey, Kwana's here. I mean, why wouldn't we? She's a little too nice. I feel like we don't have nearly enough people here to make a difference. The Hebe. I'm sure Koana is just like, what fucking price are you talking about? No one's filled me in. She does have resting :3 face. Cooperation? Unheard of. think going only for blessed children would kind of end up in the civilization. Maybe they just fuck like nasty. Who knows? I mean, clearly those aren't the only kids they're having. Because there's other younger people around. I think they just fuck nasty to try and get a special kid. How to get it, God. Fuck nasty, and if you fail, keep trying. I actually can't imagine, right? Okay. Here's the situation, right? So the explanation for why there weren't blessed sons for a long time is because all of like the sub-tribes, right, were infighting a lot, right? And so it was only after like the giants left this area and they started becoming a little expansionists, they realized we should get done with like the infighting so that we could take the war to the outsiders and become expansionists, right? Which is why there were arranged marriages between the two different tribes, and then eventually one of those arranged marriages led to the birth of a like promised son, right? Of a two-headed son. How many times do you think they tried before that, right? Because before that, it was just assumed that those like couples from two separate tribes just can't bear children at all. You must have had some really fucking horny arranged marriages to even try in the first place, right? And how many of them do you think had stillborn children and then kept going? Like, I really was anticipating there to be something, more of like a rite than anything, that it was more of a ritual birth than a natural birth. And that the dark secret would be like, the dark secret of course would be that like Bakul Jaja, and the reason why the two heads always seem so different, right? And why it's frequently mentioned that like, oh, the two heads have totally separate personalities, is that the real truth of it is that yes, there can be no natural birth between the two tribes, and so instead they developed dark magic to literally fuse babies together, right? And that the heart of it is that it is not one person with two heads, but it is two souls forced to serve in the same body. That's where I thought the story was going with them. That's what I thought the dark truth would be. Right? And that it was indeed like a real practice. And that like the dark truth of it is that like, God, that's horrible to do, to stitch babies together like that using magic. But the idea that it's like a natural birth, I don't know if I fuck with that as much. I don't know. Because that's the thing, right? Like, okay, it's a huge sacrifice to make, to be willing to give up that many stillborn children, right? I get that, but like, this feels less purposeful. Right? Is it not more tragic when it's like, I don't know. This feels more like gotcha pulls than a purposeful right to like create these children. I don't know. I'm thinking aloud here. It's really where I thought the story was going, and why I was kind of surprised by that reveal. Yeah, but there's only normal rarity and ultra rare rarity. Yeah, 1 in 100 pull chance for ultra rare Blessed Sons, 99% chance for normal pull stillborn children. It feels less purposeful. I don't know. Maybe it's too evil. Maybe my idea is too evil. And like, that's why they couldn't go with it. But I don't know. Hmm. Oh, terrible, terrible post, terrible post, terrible post. Oh, I'm gonna duck down so you all can read that one. Mr. Beast voice. We got 100 lizards break. Terrible post. Terrible. Though to be fair, I would say that 99 stillborn lizard children is about as evil as your average Mr. Beast video. Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that one. Bit too dark. Yeah, that was probably a little too far. As for as much shit as I give him, at least Mr. Beast says trans rights, so, you know, he's not all bad. I don't have to like him, but I can say he's not all bad. Yeah, it's the one we saw earlier. Are the meteorites, like, poisoning the groundwater? I mean, they're fire aether, I would assume. which is probably not good for the plants. There's a logical solution to our problem here. Nerd voice. I want to know more about these meteorites, though. Girl, you can't climb that. Take a sip. I thought they'd take a sip. Almost out of water, though. Blizzard business is important business. I still fucking love. This will continue to be my favorite bit, but I have set the fucking Hydrate redeem at 500 points, and I can't change it. That number is really high, right? And I'm aware that it's really high. But Twitch won't let me change it. Because they won't let me edit the redeem at all. Entirely because the fucking redeem is called Take a Sip, Babe, and babe is a misogyny word according to Twitch, meaning that I can't change it. I'd have to rename the redeem, and I don't want to do that. Take a Sip, Babe is an excellent redeem name. Is Tiika supposed to remind me of Tiika, or is that an accident? The lizard equivalent of Babe? That's a good question. It sucks, because, like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, I could do, like, Take a Sip Girl, but, like, Girl and Babe have totally different energies, right? One is clearly better than the other. I'm just upset that Twitch is the one telling me that it's a misogyny word, that I can't be like, no, I'm allowed to say this, right? Like, Especially because it's not like a swear or slur or anything like that. It's a misogyny thing. Like, I get it, right? I get it. I get that if the redeem was called, like, take a sip, transmission, other word for transmission here, right? I would be like, it's probably a good thing they don't let me call it that, right? But babe is not that, you know? No, exactly. Like, when is the last time you've heard, even in a joking cat call, right, where a straight man has been like, hey babe, how's it going? Like, no. What kind? What was his fucking name? Was that Too Mad? Whatever his fucking rest in piss. Could you imagine the humiliation? Oh man, we're off the rails today. Agnes. I get the Mr. Beast one was my green lights. Yeah, no, absolutely. I believe that my streams are frequently too hinged, in fact. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this one. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this one. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this one. My brain, I have two conflicting jokes, right? And they're meeting in the middle, and I don't know how to put the phrase, I don't know how to, like, phrase it together, but it's stuck there, right? It's the joke of, like, keep going, you can get your trans girlfriend pregnant kind of bit, right? And also just the sentiment of, like, fuck that lizard girl like she's trying to give you a promised son, right? Like, and the two thoughts are there, and I don't know how to string them together, but I had to, like, vocalize them. Because they were meeting in the middle, it was causing me physical discomfort. Oh my god. No! Punished! 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 She said, that's enough, you fucking fruit. Get out of here. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Okay, no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. 200 person queue. This is fine. In fact, this is an opportunity to go get some water. I'm gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna take a walk. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I'm really disappointed that I didn't have a better joke, because if I had landed the joke right immediately into error 9001 disconnected, right, or 90,001, God, what a perfect clip! What a perfect clip that would have been. But I couldn't land it. I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm gonna have to make a note. I'm gonna have to make a fucking note. To get... I need to get art of... Whenever I get the redesign done, I need to get art, like slightly suggestive art done so I can caption it. She wants you to fuck her like you can give her a promised son. Like, kind of thing. I'm gonna have to do that. I have to. No one will get it. No one will get it, and that would be fine. I'm gonna... let's hear. Okay. Go ahead and make a note of that for myself and pin it to the channel so I don't forget. There we go, taken care of. Look forward to that in several months. Oh man. And it's gonna send us back to the fucking beginning of the little dialogue here. That's fine. That's fine. I also checked Tessa is out picking up Chinese food for me, and hopefully we'll be back sooner rather than later because I am big hungry. Today we get 100 trans lizards pregnant. It's pretty good. Nodding. Alright. Prognosis is hopeful. Yep, we saw this. I was a little distracted by the terrible thoughts in my brain, so I might have to reread bits of this. As for the hopes you place in them, they're important to you. Remember this. Remove the meteorites and it just solves all the problems? Or you could just grow plants. Oh, you're right. We just send good plants here. Just sprinkle a little meteorite over your crops, it'll be fine. We have to make sure that we're not doing environmental terrorism by introducing invasive species. Do you think this game has its fair share of space stuff? You go to the moon in the last expansion, and then you travel to the edge of the known universe, and you beat a man to death there. There's a fair share of space stuff in this game. Kills him. Yeah, we can't introduce what is the name of that plant that's like tearing up the American Southwest right now? The like creep vine. There's like a specific kind of ivy that got imported like a few decades ago, and it's just completely taking over the Southwest. We definitely don't want to do environmental terrorism here by bringing over Eorzean fruits. Besides myself, obviously. I'm allowed to be imported. I'm not I'm not an invasive species, don't worry. Girl, my girl's got an ego problem, right? This is our most recent victory, right? This is the end of Endwalker, and this is fucking Shadowbringers? I'll reference the one that they know. Invasive beneficence as a colonizer. One is gonna throw in the towel. I don't see a world, the kind of development he's been getting, I am even more firm in that specific belief now that he is going to secede his rights entirely and leave her like the only person left, essentially. Because if Bakul has dropped, Bakul got, like, if Bakul's dropped out and Zerul is disqualified, that really only leaves Quana and ourselves as the actual people in the competition, and I see Quana definitely stepping down. Being like, the real thing that I've learned upon this journey is that I'm not fit to rule these people. That honor goes to my sister alone, and then he like drops out, right? That for all of his smarts, he doesn't understand people the way that she does. Hey, it's a duty. Alright, cutscenes.
Zerelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now
Butsu, that's what
understand
it
why I
is,
need
yes.
to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe.
That's why they call it the feat of Brotherhood.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Hi, Pandy.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside
You missed your opportunity. We were talking about pregnant lizards for a long time.
Claimants are not permitted to assist
Mr.
one
Beast
another.
is here. It got weird.
Promise.
Day 3 does this to
may
you.
observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case,
He forfeits, and he's gonna fight alongside her. Dude, I fucking called it! But he did it so much cooler than I thought he would!
it seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust. What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps.
I called it ages ago that he would drop out. I knew it. He did it in the coolest way possible, too.
Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I told everybody that green is friend-shaped.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed. Arise!
Everyone ready?
Irritabili's just like, peace, bitch, I'm out of here. He's no fighter. He knows his place. It's okay. Isn't his other head usually covered? The shade is of him in his prime when he was younger.
A lot of hopes riding on my shoulders.
So
And the only way forward is through you.
this is a summon of him when he was like at his peak. So this actually is our first time fighting him with both heads uncovered. Because the last time we fought him, he like his left head was asleep.
Bear witness to our resolve.
In the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
know this one.
Blades of fire rain.
Oh. It's Shiva. And then it's half rooms. Oh. This fight's rather busy. Okay. Yep. Alphino!
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle.
Alphino almost fucking killed me.
Go forth. Oh, barbarian bastard. How is this?
He's bound those people to him.
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted.
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
Did I got the damage due to this? Are you shitting me? Thank you, Kona. Oh, he's got a cool limit break.
Not enough. Together, we shall triumph.
His limit break is cool. Damn. Plenty of time. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close.
You're not alone.
Can I hope every, like... If they keep up this quality when it comes to fucking raid bosses and shit, this is gonna be such a good expansion. Are you shitting me? These fights are so fun. There's a lot going on, but they're a lot of fun. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, this is a bit much.
I know not who you are. Are you blind to dust?
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
Resolve the risen Kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck?
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
Popping all the defensives.
I will be the next Dawnservant. I will protect my people.
God damn. God damn. I had to pop my... If I didn't pop my defensive there, we would have lost, actually. Wigglemont would have fucking died.
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Lamachi become Dawnservant. For Tuliyola!
Oh shit, he's gaining damage ups through his abilities. Gotta end this pretty quickly. Easiest fight of my life. Not even close. Not even sweating. Killed daddy.
That's my old man for you.
I think I hear Tessa.
I refuse to accept this.
Wigglemont, we might have to kill this guy.
Even for you.
He's real?
Erugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
Okay, this isn't Keteram. Okay.
You're looking more imposing since last I saw
I thought they
you,
just,
Wigglemont.
like, dropped Keteram right here. I think I'll lose my fucking mind.
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja.
It's him. It actually is.
Said my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume.
I really thought he wasn't gonna be real. Why is he so fucking chiseled?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor.
Thank you, friend.
The one with the pickled cabbage.
When did you...
We can talk about me
Couple days ago.
cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wigglemont her reward would be to betray the Dawnservant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
Wasn't that the test, buddy? Show some dignity. Damn, do I really like twisting the knife. Oh, but friendship always wins.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Dude, you fucking disqualified Zorolja for turning
Together we
down
can achieve anything.
his comrades.
You needn't
At least
place
have some
your faith in
ideological
the promise of
consistency, you
blessed
fucking
siblings.
shitheel.
How would you have
have us reclaim our glory.
We might have to kill this guy. Oh, jeez, that was way louder than I put my glass down in a weird place and it hit another glass.
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially
even
to
he
a man
agrees.
who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Piece of candy. The final starburst.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona.
Aww.
Thank you.
Cat to cat conversation. Alright, y'all are free to go, I guess.
Express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nah, dude, we had a betting pool for
You
how
believe
long it would take for you to do
Wooklamast
this.
For the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Aww, sincerity moments.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still moms to go yet, Wooklamat. The ride ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Alright. I am going to mute my mic here. So I can get my food put together out of the bag, because Levi came in and put it on the floor and was like thank you, but it's been stinking up the room now. I'm so hungry. 1 second. Thank you for dropping by, as always. Yeah, but sleep is an important thing. Do get that, by all means. I was so hungry. I had no idea how hungry I was until like Tessa left to get food, and then I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die before she gets back. Oh, alright, I'm gonna change the stream title here for a second. Eating dinner, then more DAWNTRAIL. Alright. Yeah. So the story's definitely thrown me a couple of curveballs so far. I'm proud of the shit that I've gotten correct. The disappointed with some of the stuff I've gotten wrong. And particularly the big surprise that I'm getting over right now is that Kedenram is like right here. I really anticipated him to be shrouded in a lot more mystery than he appears to be. Because, like, everyone assumed that he's dead, right? So, like, where's he been? I anticipated it would take a bit more, like, snooping to find out where he's been this whole time. Instead he just shows up and he's like, oh hey, yeah, no, I'm Kedenram. Right? There's no, like, mystery around him at all. A real fucking Ben Kenobi moment where it's just like, what? I've known him my whole life. That's crazy. I'm a bit shocked by Bakul Jaja's, like, heel turn. I think it's fine. But it then leaves the rule as, like, a real future villain, potentially. Him and his little Jafar character that's following him around, right? Begs the question where he comes from, right? Because they say he's the natural born son, right? But I don't know if I believe that. I'm wondering if Jafar here, like, willed him into existence or something. I don't know. Kedenram's gotta throw me through a loop here, and maybe it'll reveal itself, but it's just like, I don't know, I feel like if we showed up and we're like, hey, everyone talks about this Rokugan guy, who, like, supposedly came here and, you know, was like friends with your dad or whatever, right? I'm like shocked it hasn't come up earlier. I'm shocked that it hasn't come up earlier to be like, oh, that sure sounds like old Ben Kenobi. You know, one of my dad's friends or whatever. Sorry, I don't have a lot to... I have things to say, but, like, I'm just shoveling my face full of food at the moment. Well, kind of musing over some things. I also anticipate that he's not just gonna show us where the fucking City of Gold is, you know? Oh. I have many thoughts and my head is too small to contain them all. I went to like a food coma there for a second. They gave me a ton of white rice. It's too much white rice. Oh. I don't know, like I'm thinking still about like about the cool, right? And I'm just like I think it depends on how things kind of pan out. Um, Specifically read Zalul and his little shaman buddy. Because they're, you know, like, I don't know. Bakul is a little too comically evil to have stayed the villain the whole time. I agree with that. The truth is that the real villain is definitely the Jafar character. So I guess I could have seen a world where he wasn't the bad guy forever. I just anticipated that he would be a bad guy longer, right? That we are... what level quest is this? 95, so we're arguably halfway through. The second half of the expansion is always a bit longer narratively because there's more going on. I'd say we're about 40 to 50% of the way through the story. I kind of anticipate that'd be too early for the heal turn, right? It throws a lot of my predictions off base because I am still certain that we're gonna find the City of Gold long before the expansion is over. Which leads to Wuklamat learning the truth of this nation. The thing that, like, the current Dawnservant keeps teasing us with, right? And for that to be the real threat, right? Don't get me wrong, I've loved DAWNTRAIL a lot so far. This has been a lot of fun. I have questions about where we go from here. It's thrown a lot of my predictions off, but I don't know. I'm at like critical exhaustion at this point. I'm not making a lot of sense or saying much right now. My brain space is all kind of taken up by the food in front of me because I didn't realize until I got it how fucking hungry I was. As it stands, I am extremely fucking hungry. So I'm just powering through this all. Oh, I think a little bit about the story. And I don't know. I'm kind of at like a critical point where there's not much speculation because it feels like a lot is about to be laid at my feet. Ugh. All right. And I'm at that critical stage where I still feel a little hungry, but the thought of putting more food in my face right now fills me with despair. Like I could not continue eating right now. Oh, okay. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna go refill my water. And walk a little bit. I ate a little too fast there. I should have just gone to BRB and fucking eaten at my own pace. Oh, I feel terrible. Ugh. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Alright, I've been fed. I got up. I refilled my drinks. And I got back up here. I'm feeling okay. For a moment there, I was like, I'm going to vomit. But I'm not gonna vomit. I will be fine. Bill's just like, yeah, I'm glad y'all took care of that. I really love, I said it out as like a joke, but I really do love the idea that like Dan Credit and Urion J at like the end of the second night were like, all right, betting pool, when does he give in? Like when does he give up his ambition and realize that like his sister's clearly better at this than he is? Are we going straight home? The friendship, she said it! She said it! The power of friendship wins again! We're all just people. Racism loses again. Literally saying it's all color and variety. Bro's owning up to it? She used to be on the right side of history. This is a lot of explanations. Oh, I can finally use the merchants, that's good. The menders, though, I can do without. I do that shit myself. I don't have anything to repair. Dazzling twinkers. Oh god, is Caterham doing the fucking people with blue eyes meme? The one that I am? He was here this whole time. And like, nobody thought. How many Rokugan do you think are in this fucking country? I'm a little annoyed by this, actually. How many Rokugan do you think are in this country? When we come over and mention all this stuff, nobody, like, Wiklamat doesn't make any connection at all? Like, for real? Is he keeping watch over them? More than your father's guest? What are you implying? Okay. These bright and eager faces, and then also me. I was like, can I please? Huh? Everyone's holding out on me. I mean, it must have. Hmm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I want to know more about him. I want to know more about him. It's so unfair that they're keeping all this from me. Stop holding out on me. If I remember correctly, the name that he dropped was the girl from the party, right? The bunny girl from the party? I think? I'm very bad with names, okay? I think. Which would explain why Cat and Ram knows about her? Kid also appears to not be an entirely accurate assessment. Instead, Mentor, is he adopted? I still haven't gotten over a fucking Galul tried to call him by a specific name, right? And I don't know if the name that he was calling him by bears the same, like, emotional weight as, like, the way that he refers to his kids as different names. The way he refers to Wuklamat as Lamanti, right? I don't know if that's the same as Aaronville, right? Or if it was just his, like, Turalian name. I truly don't know, actually. Help, no. That is such a cop-out. I'm not allowed to tell you the password, but my wife is? Sounds like the Golden City, then. So, I mean, where's the twist? Right? We're too early on in the expansion for this to be played straight, right? So the question becomes, what happens, right? So I will say, I'm locked in on the City of Gold is a city of the ancients, right? Totally locked in on that. It is consistent with the dream that was described, the dream that was brought about by visions of meteors, a thing that we've seen in the past helps people remember or dream of the life before the Sundering, right? So all that is internally consistent, especially if it's deep, deep underground. I could see it being a city of ancients. The only part that is not consistent with that is the description of what sounds like a statue of Heidelin down there. That would not be consistent, but I'm willing to just kind of shrug my shoulders because I for the longest time I've been it's either ancients or it's Allagans, right? And Allagans don't really have anything like that. I can't think of any prominent Allagan gods to speak of at all, let alone any described like that. So I'm really set on Ancients. That is also a, but then Alligins is more consistent with like the notion that anybody who gets down there will find an unbelievable power, right? There isn't anything from like a City of Ancients that I can think of that would denote that onto somebody. Not immediately. So I'm wrapped up in my own thought here. I do anticipate that the first promise and his little Jafar, like, his little Jafar buddy are going to get in the way at some point, regardless of whether or not they're in the contest to become Dawnservant. I think that, like, Jafar is more interested in the city itself than than the actual contest, right? He tagged along because he wanted what was in the city. So that's my guess. So it looks like this is going to end up being a dungeon after all. I was a little concerned that I was wrong about that this wasn't going to be a dungeon, but it's gotta be, right? It's been a while since we've had a dungeon. Yeah, see? My nickel theory still holds true, by the way. This and the Tiika dungeon. Aaronville's just like, I ain't going in there. Unfortunately, I think Kral's gonna have to be left behind. Kyle or Alize.
Let's give it our all. I won't let you down. Let's give it our all.
I'm sorry, I have to take the siblings. Kyle, you understand, right? You understand? What do you mean my portrait doesn't fit anymore? I haven't changed anything. fucking shitty people portrait. Going for it. Going for it. Okay, cry over dead children later. I'm pulling. What? Fuck, I hate this. I hate the trust system sometimes. Look, come on, you need to stop doing so much fucking damage. There's a lot of pots in the water, actually. It's a lot of pots in the water. I guess they had a pretty decent reason, because there sure are a lot of ghosts down here. That whole, we sealed them all down here so we wouldn't be haunted by their spirits or whatever, right? Turns out they had reason to. This place is full of ghosts. Section is also quite pretty, I do want to point out. Aside from all the dead children in the water, that's not particularly pretty, but the roots and the lighting is all very nice here. Disregarding dead children, the atmosphere is really nice. 5 stars on Yelp. You're mine. Manta Ray. So something's gonna happen on the sides here, for sure. Serena's got too much shit going on to its left and right. Wow.
Are you all right?
Wow. Oh shit, it's Bubbles. Are the bubbles, or am I gonna get blown? The bubbles get blown, okay. I understood the assignment of, like, something was gonna get pushed from one side to the other. I just didn't know if it was gonna be me or the bubbles. But this time, I'm gonna not let Alphino snipe me. Shit. It's actually gonna get rather complicated. This is an excellent little mix-up here. Oh no, that's not gonna be good. I am always a nuisance to my party. Yeah, so the players are releasing the bubbles now. So you want to keep your distance from the rest of your party so they have time to react to your bubbles. Okay. I thought when I was like, this is an excellent mix-up, I thought we had to dodge bubbles, and then at a certain point it would do the countdown, and then you do the cone attack, right? That's what I thought. And I was like, that's really cool! That's gonna get a lot of people killed in Party Finder, but it's really cool! And then they didn't do that, so I'm a little disappointed, but you know. Pulling. Regretting. Almost certainly regretting. Taking a while to clear through this fucking party, Jesus. This is what happens when... Like, cause nobody... This is the real part where trusts slow down a lot. Because nobody here, besides me, is doing their AoE rotation. Which means getting through each subsequent enemy is just such a potency loss. Like, the actual speed that they dispatch an enemy one by one is really quite impressive. They do a lot of damage. The issue is that all their damage is put into one target at a time, and I mean, like, you know, I only deal 100 potency with my AoE, so I have to be hitting at least, I mean, that's actually a pretty good number. So I have to be hitting like, more than one person to make it worth it, but like a lot of DPSs, you have to be hitting a lot of different things to make it worth using over your really strong single target rotations. So Beasting is going to come to life next. Also, filthy rots. I have to imagine that these dungeons they're just so much faster if you're trusting if you're like as a DPS trusting. Also, I'm too fucking smart. Oh, the speaking stone is running away. Second boss, I guess? Lamont, you want to catch up, babe?
We mustn't hold back.
Go on, girl, I believe in you.
You underestimate me.
You underestimate me. Everywhere I go, I'm reminded of him. Oh, God, I miss him so much. Activate firearms. Oh my God, he's a mecha pilot. By the way, there are lines on the floor. And a hill wall. How to roll. So that's gonna reflect off. Oh shit, and then that explodes. Those spread out? Oh, they're arrows. Okay. They spread, but they don't spread all around. They spread in the arrow direction. Okay. Damn. Okay. I assume I have to do some geometry here. So it's gonna hit that one back. No, it's gonna reflect. It's gonna hit that one. Dude, I am not very fast on that. I didn't see that there were two reflectors. This tile safe? I think this is in fact the only safe tile. I know there's one way back there. What should I take the second bone? I thought I had lost my first bone. Okay, so it's gonna bounce, it's gonna hit that one there. I made a lot of ending here right now. Alright, so this is immediately different. This doesn't feel like it was built by the Yak T'el, or the Yak T'el, the Giants. This definitely does not feel like this was built by the Giants. You know, I might have to revise myself. This kind of screams Allig, actually. Does and it kind of doesn't. Alligans, at least, were they over here? I mean, they were a huge empire to be sure, but were they ever in Tyrol? Or is this like, you underestimate me? He's everywhere. Or is this like a different precursor empire? Some of this feels very Allig. A lot of kids, dungeon. Goddamn. Yes, I did just hollow that, by the way. Like, Alpino wasn't doing his fucking job. But, the thing that I was getting at was Alligans used a lot more metal than this, but I don't know if that's just because this stuff, like, is this older than the Allegan ruins in Eorzea? Does that make sense, even if it were? Hmm. Oh my god, he's passive. Okay. The fact that they're all called like stonecutters and stuff. Again, it kind of implies that the giants made them because they're part of the quarry. But if the giants made them, they would know where the Golden City is. So they're older than that. You've got to be joking. Certainly am not. Oh, it's a right fist, it's right fist, it's right fist, it's right fist. Little arms. I kind of love wall bosses. I know they're not super popular. I kind of love them. Wall bosses tend to be very visually interesting at times just because there's like a lot you can do with stationary target like this. I know they're definitely not everyone's cup of tea. I quite like them. I think they're fun. Oh shit, it was... Yeah, okay. I wasn't paying attention to the fists. I was musing about wall bosses. I'm just gonna trust them to move off of me. I should not have done that! Alphino, what are you doing? You almost killed me, sweetie. Visually, I really fucking love this bit, where he's just smashing up all the He's just smashing up shits of metal. Yeah, I'll launch this. So it's left and then right. These fights are really cool. Alright, if someone wants to limit break, you're welcome to do so. At your own pace, sweeties. You just hit the button. You just hit the button at any time, don't worry about it. Okay. Glad they caught up. Glad they caught up. So, the request guide is now called Imperator. Shit. Actually got a lot of stuff that I can put on that's better than my current stuff. I will save that until after I'm out of the dungeon. So I don't want to fuck up my glam. Why did my portrait break? All right.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
To think that they looked for the city of gold and it was in their own backyard this whole time.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
Even Alizé is thinking it.
A golden light. Could it be?
This little Jaja's gonna show up and be like, don't go in there.
There's something on the other side, but how did it get over there?
That feels very elegant. Although they preferred hexagons over squares.
That's how, apparently.
right then. Let's go and take a look.
Just heard my cat sprint up the stairs and then come inside my room so quickly that she fucking rattled the door on her way past it. She's such a klutz.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
Really? But the tab was there to dispel the seal. Oh, it's the seal that Galul said that he put there.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this. Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
So that's what Keterim was doing here. Was helping build the seal and this whole 20 years ago for this whole rite. Not Keterim. Well, I mean, Keterim definitely helped, but the scholar, her grandfather.
Leave it to Alfino.
So who's gonna follow us in and wreck shit?
Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
That door's very elegant.
Well done! Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the rite of secession.
Alright, where does it go badly, Pops? That looks like a fucking tombstone on the front door.
We made it to the end!
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
I still have so many questions!
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. No circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Come, let us return to Tuliola.
Dude, when does this shit all go sideways? It's going too well.
Home at last.
Oh, they took us right back, huh? Everyone go take a nap. Oh no, everything's gonna go sideways. Alright. Alright, are we ready, chat? Ready for everything to go fucking sideways? So first promise is definitely come back and stir some shit, probably. Almost certainly. The idea that he's, like, not gonna get involved with this is beyond ridiculous. Assidian? Catboy. And the only time I've been disappointed to see a Catboy. Hey, come on, buddy. I need my fix. It was just moral support. I'm not gonna underplay it. Like, I did a lot. Really? I was kind of under the impression this was gonna take a little while. Whoa. Dude, that fucked up. I'm actually really disappointed in her. Also, apologies, but I ain't taking any fucking job. I'm gonna crush her heart then, because I'm not taking up a fucking bureaucrat job. That's just the truth. I'm not gonna lie to her. I'm a good friend. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna become a bureaucrat though.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawnservants.
Oh, they did end up carving the last stone tablet thing.
It's starting.
The Dawnservant!
Look! He's here!
Do you know when I wake up your second head?
Resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
That's what I'm thinking. You sure you want to sleep with that dude?
You honor us with your presence.
For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawnservants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the city of gold.
Why the frown?
My daughter, Wuklamat.
Huzzah! Huzzah! Long live the Dawnservant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihyolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the Moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yak T'el when I tasted Shebruk Pibil. The dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamulja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolol I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness!
Oh man, it's gonna suck when things take a turn south.
I say mine, but the Dawnservant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh, is this where she invites Kona?
What is she doing?
Yeah.
Girl!
My father led Tulihyolol to prosperity. But
Yes,
resolve and
okay,
reason
cool.
of his two heads. But my one head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better,
Oh, he gets a happy
I'll
ending.
need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawnservant with me, Kona.
It's just like, where the fuck is he at?
Ramachi, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawnservant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less.
Come on, good ending.
For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Who are these two guys we keep looking at here? Because I don't recognize them.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyola saga where you and I become the next Dawnservant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud.
Would? What do you mean would?
Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
What?
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. Sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself. Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawnservant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolo!
Dude, this is what fucking Stormblood was missing. Like, my continued longest gripes with Stormblood and tends to be entirely, around fucking, like, how bad some of the politics of Stormblood are. If they were even a fraction of, like, as good as this, right? Like, all you would need is Hian to give a speech where he's like, where he does that, where he's like, hey, yeah, no, I've seen what makes our nation great, but also what makes our nation fucking suck. It sure is bright. I'm sure that nothing is going to go wrong halfway through an expansion. I feel like I recognize this person. Why do I recognize you?
Change is in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Well? Alright, everybody, let's go home! It was a good summer vacation, everybody! The rest of the expansion takes place back in Eorzea. You never learn, you never go to the northern continent, and you never learn what's in the City of Gold. Aww. Try to pronounce it correctly. Girl, you gotta work on that cultural sensitivity. Consider us your Eorzean cousins. So what? So what does that make Aaronville? They'll have so many questions. And I need answers, please. Fucking accompanying again. Alright, let's get going then. Of course I want to pick up some snacks. That sounds great. Oh hey, it's all of our buddies. Oh, all right then. The finishing of that arc. I fucking love my little autistic bro there. He's just like, alright, you give me permission, so I'm fine. A commemorative sales campaign. Deals, deals, deals. Personally attending your alpaca. Maybe I'm a doomer. Maybe this isn't gonna go tits up. Maybe I should just believe in the power of friendship. He's so large. Siri is super broken, just randomly letting people know that ad breaks are starting or stopping at any point in time. she's so confused. I mean, credit where it's due. It would have been hard for people to see over them. Colorful is a word. I mean, let's be real here. Wooklamut was never going to lose. That good living is secure. Village overflows with feel smiles. I love the way that moblins talk. I mean, I think it's poetic if we don't really ever address the whole biological dad thing, because, like, he's not her dad, right? Like, her father was very clearly the Dawnservant. We'll never know. We'll never know. Hmm. So, when is she gonna pop this job offer at me? I'm gonna have to turn her down on. Alright, I'll get to the role quest eventually, don't worry. I haven't forgotten. Maybe the fucking... So let's see here. I haven't actually read the tooltip for this yet. See if it changes much at all. So we've got Requiescat. Hits for 320, gets 4 stats of Requiescat. Yeah. Imperator hits for 580 and then does an AoE around it for 50% less. So it does... Okay. Against 4 of Reiki. Increases the potency of all the Confeter spells, and spells require no cast time, and against Confeter already. I have no idea where I'm going, by the way. I was moving off of instinct alone as I read a tooltip. So it's bigger Reiki. It doesn't actually really change what Reiki does, which is fine because Reiki is already a... That's Spirits Within. Or Expansion. Requiescat is already a fucking crazy ability that does a lot of stuff. Which I think means the only, like, left upgrade for me... I get better reprisal, but everybody gets this at 98, and then I get honor after doing valor. So I have one more blade skill. But what is the... Because all these other blades, right, get upgraded by Reiki. So what is... Because Reiki potency here is 740, 840, 940, 1,000. Okay. So this one, it doesn't get bonus from Reiki, of course, because you are going to run out of Reiki stacks before you get there, but it just does 1,000 potency by itself.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all.
Clock ticking. Bad sound.
Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulihola with me.
You know I can't do that.
I'm not forcing you, of course. But should you wish it, you always have a place here. Ah, that's right. This is for you.
Like, she can't make that job offer in good faith.
Permit granting passage to Xak Tural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already.
It's what, like, a week?
accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well,
is that fucking
better get
Flo?
going.
Are they doing Flo in the background? How
Learning all
fucking
my
dare
official
they?
Dawnservant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
I feel like I'm going crazy. I definitely heard Flo. I definitely...
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamook, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tula Yolal as well.
By all means, your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Xak Tural, perhaps?
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Xak Tural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Yes, 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 yes. Alone time with the bunny boy.
For now. Take care, all of you.
Alright, so when are you gonna tell me the fucking truth?
Meet me at the Xak Tural Skydeep.
When are you gonna tell me the fucking truth, buddy? I know there's more going on. Bye, Catboy. Bye. Goodbye, girl cat.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
Alright, we're gonna take a dive. Straight down to the fucking crystal so I can Aethernet my way over to the Xak Tural gate. Fall damage isn't real. Machines can't hurt you, they're not real. You're such a worry worm. So you genuinely do need the tablets. It's not like a one and done thing. Why did Ketternam have our tablets? Oh no. Oh man, this Jafar guy sucks. Huh? Why would he have penned the note? Oh, well, that's, no, the City of Gold is evil. Who would have thought? Shit, I forgot. Ah, jeez, okay. So I can pop that, and then my fucking boots drawer is full. Just random shit. That only brought me up 13 eye level. Ah, oh well. Muffins! I like that her title is Vow, because the two vows make up the whole seed of the Dawnservant. And so instead of her being the vow of resilience, she's just Vow Wuklamat?
Shall we then?
Oh boy, snow immediately. Wow, it's a jury up here, isn't it?
On the far side of that great
Is it an
bridge
old west town?
unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitonatam. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants.
Those are fucking prickly pear cacti in an old west town.
Change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust,
It's literally a gold, like a fucking oil boom town. No way.
Embracing this opportunity, Vow Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
Is that why they have trains in the north? Because it's the old west up here? I could never have anticipated this. What the fuck? The entire southern continent is Mesoamerican. You get up here and it's just Texas?
My home, Yasolani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Those are buffalo. I could never have anticipated. Also, I love that it's called, yeah, okay, it's not a snowstorm, it's a dust storm, though. we're not... You could easily fit 2 people on this thing. I'm not gonna plead at him. The drunkards and troublemakers. It's Tombstone. It's just fantasy Tombstone. And now it's all Gales. It's a proper boomtown now.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
There's a saloon. That's a saloon. Rose have got...
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
Is there gonna be a fucking showdown on Main Street?
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the Deputy Chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat?
What in the God's name?
Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekoa. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch.
I can't tell if it's my Final Fantasyism or my leftism that makes me immediately distrustful of the cop.
Next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Like, I don't know which side of me is telling me that I don't trust the cops here, but I don't trust the cops here.
That's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Is that?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
My wife is back! My wife is back! My wife is back! I missed him. I missed him so much.
What are you doing, Zekoa? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute, you sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekoa is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
Words. I can't. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about anything else that happens in the latter half of this expansion. My wife is back.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife, there's a new Dawnservant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Xak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
How very like you indeed. It's a dire time to be Angie.
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on.
No! No! No!
Oh, by the way,
no.
I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
No, please. I made a whole scene about it. No!
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
I made a whole scene and he's not even coming with us. To say I'm devastated is an understatement. I need some time. I'm crushed, truly, to my core. Oh. Ah. I'm crushed, devastated even. He comes back into my life, and he's just so very like him. And then he leaves. So very like him. Okay. I like that mine is so much smaller than his because of our fucking height difference. This genuinely does, like... So of course I didn't live in like an old west town or anything like that. But, like, growing up, I would frequently take trips to South Texas to a little place near Cotulla, which is about an hour and a half south of San Antonio, where I used to live when I was young. And, like, Cotulla used to be a little hole-in-the-wall, nothing city that we would only visit, or town even, because we had friends of the family there who owned property, and we would go and just, like, take weekend trips out there, right? And then when, like, fracking became, like, a profitable technology, like, that area around Cotulla became a really big oil field, and I relate to that, Aaronville, right? I wasn't there for, like, the original oil boom, but, like, Cotulla, Texas is nothing what it was like when I was growing up. So, weird bit of, like, genuine connection to the story that I have here, even if it's, like, separated by 150 years of what imagery they're trying to evoke here. Like, Cotulla was always on the map, but it's just a totally different place now. Blue? Blue is another friend-shaped color. I can really only think of, like, one blue person who's, like, a baddie in all of Final Fantasy XIV. Green is the most friendly color. Blue is the next most friendly color. It's so whack. It's genuinely so whack. Oh, her hair's cute. Dead named, dead named, dead named. Hi. Is this actual dead naming? That is... chosen name drop. It's not dead naming, but like... You know, I'm quite the archer myself, actually. Yeah, no, I saw that one coming. Poor guy. Yeah, no, that news probably hasn't made it down or up here yet. An adventurer's job is never done. Oh, well, I get a feeling I know what's about to happen here. Oh, shit. She's got fucking... She's got fucking, like, Mad Max armor with all the spikes and shit. What the fuck? You really have no idea how to measure someone's worth, do you? This fucking 5'2" stack of muscle and metal rolls up, pulls out a sword and shield against your gun, and you're like, I'll try her. They don't teach kids survival instincts these fucking days, I swear to God. I get to see the new... Fuck me! I zoomed in really closely because Reki's animation is pretty subtle. You like, your sword reaches up, lightning shoots down, and then forward slash with the sword. But fucking Imperator, you do a whole ass fucking cleave in front of you. It's crazy. Guess there's actually a fucking visual cue now. Used to be you'd have to like tell if Reki went off, usually by like sound cue, because like honestly looking up at the fucking buff bar was kind of annoying. And it didn't have a distinct enough animation to really get noticed. Knock them senseless. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? He's just like, look, this one time, you're not allowed to kill them. That line of Mary feels so good. I've been thinking about it for a while, just like, look, I know how you work, right? And I respect it. You can't kill this one, though. Cake. Uh... Uh... No, I would gloat. I would gloat. I'd be like, yeah. Goku asked for Mark, wow, you must be really strong. How strong are you? I'm just like, I don't know. Especially because it really feels like the final days didn't really do much over here, which is kind of weird. Like, I'm kind of struck by that we're also not really... It doesn't seem to be any implication that, like, that there's not much, like, notion of the final days having been any significant problem over here. To be fair, it was, like, the early stages of, and the only real place that, like, anything dramatic happened was in Thavnair. Right? So, like, I kind of get it. Thavnair, and I think there was... I mean, there was, like, the big hunt targets that you did the role quests for on every continent. But, like, the big event was really exclusively in Thavnair, so... Aaronville's insistence, he's like, you got... What is with this gear, dude? Some of these guys crawled out of, like, an actual Final Fantasy game. Unless the Dustwatch is fucking corrupt. I knew it. I knew I wasn't supposed to trust the cops. Oh, a tale as old as time. My senses are never wrong. Really thought we were about to hear a gunshot through the goddamn wall. I mean, I could. I could easily. That's probably not the one they want me to say. Am I allowed to say that it's interesting that this northern area is mimicking, like, Arizona, Texas, right? But all of, like, the location names strike me as, like, vaguely native? Right? Like, vaguely indigenous peoples? Like, I feel like I'm not off mark on that assessment. Holy shit, it's the caked up sabotenders. They're real. I thought that they were fucking photoshops. They're real. Dragon-like creatures? You're asking me to scoop shit off the ground. The way they also just name dropped, it's like, oh yeah, you could, you know, burn their shit and it smells like a female in heat, and that's enough to, like, draw attention? This expansion's wild. This expansion's wild. These are kind of dragon-like. I see the resemblance. They're also very pterodactyl-like, to be fair. This one's gonna see me. Yep. Okay, that is, yeah, significantly more visible attack marker. I love that Goring Blade has changed so much in function over the years, and it's still the same animation. Don't get me wrong, it's a super fucking cool animation. Goring Blade is one of my favorite sword hits, but like... It continues to be one of my favorite sword hit animations. It's extremely stylish. But it's changed from a fucking dot to just a burst damage skill to a burst damage skill that deals even more burst damage, but you could only do it when under fucking fight or flight now. Finished already, are we? Yeah, it wasn't an easy fucking job, dude. Rest in peace, we never got to see 50, 60, 70, 80, 90-year-olds. That's a shame, for real. Blowing smoke. Go fuck yourself. I was told not to commit murder, but I'm not sure if I can get to that without... Well, sure seems like there's nobody around. Just fucking palm fit onto the fire. Oh, that shit reeks. We love antics. Yeah, no, I saw that one coming. He's got it on him too. Holy shit! This feels like this counts as murder by association. Best laid plans and all that. Yeah, saving you eventually. Oh, bro, you wish. I'm just some fucking helpless do-gooder. A renegade of cutthroats. Yeah, I believe ya. Honorable bandits. This, kids, is why you don't trust cops. Don't think I can say that enough. Yeah, sorry about that. Just... it's actually about equidistant. Oh boy, I'm tired. Today is Sunday, correct? Yes, today is Sunday. Alright. I mean, thankfully he hasn't seen me. In the upcoming battle, you will play as Zakoa. You take a shot at it. I'll be honest, I'm a little too intimidating to play the damsel in distress role. People keep asking this of me. Again, 5'2", nothing but muscle and metal. I'm a little scary looking sometimes. Gotta take him the roundabout way. It is interesting to see how much, like, proliferation of firearms there is in this country. I have to wonder how it got here. Because it would have to make it from Ishgard to Sharlayan, and then from Sharlayan to here. My question is primarily how it made it from Ishgard to Sharlayan. Because how it made it from Sharlayan to here is pretty simple. It's Quana. Would have brought it back with him years ago, right? But I don't know how it made it to Sharlayan. I don't remember seeing any Sharlayan marksmen. Firearms tended to be exclusively the domain of, like, Ishgard and the Machinists Guild. Unless the implication is that Quana, like, independently developed machinery. Because, like, Lamenton sailors have firearms too, and these guns more closely, like, I've seen quite a few two-barreled musketoons, which more closely resemble Lamenton firearms than the Ishgardian ones. But then there's also a lot of single-barreled Ishgardian-style machinist gear, particularly with how big these are, right? But it's interesting to see how much they've proliferated here. You see that, like, Quana's the only one who was carrying one for some time. But it seems like a lot of people up here, which seems to be where a lot of Quana's, like, support is at, have all embraced guns as well.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Thanks.
Hi, Roxy. Thank you for the resub. Even though I'm pretty sure you did that
If it isn't our
yesterday.
young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint.
Wait, you subbed
but
for
you're the one who's
5
going to
months in
answer for their
advance?
crimes today.
What the fuck, girl?
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Cenote Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
Wild West Machinists. This expansion is wild.
I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
Fucking incriminated.
No, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Dude, you're a bad liar. Come off it.
What's the meaning of this, Wuhute?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear.
But thank you, Roxy. I'm very tired, and so I can't get super excited right now, but...
So they could get me out of the picture.
But seriously, thank you. Especially since I'm pretty sure that means I get a payout this month.
If you feel
Very
your
exciting.
honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wuhute, I challenge you to a duel.
Dude, we've been so
The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it.
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
They're not gonna let me, but it'd be really cool if they let me do the duel.
Refuse then. Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
I like that they get around it by being like, no, don't worry, guys. They're using rubber bullets. Fuck all the way off. Fuck all the way off, Square Enix. I fucking hate you guys. Good God, he is a quick shot.
Oh, you little shit!
This expansion's amazing. This expansion's amazing.
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
This guy looks like he's from a different Final Fantasy game. This is a protagonist from, like...
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wihute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go.
Damn. Damn.
As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all.
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakua? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamott's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Oh my God, that's a
person
ill.
very dear to her.
I can't get over it. I'm sorry.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the Vulture.
I really can't get over the fact that you spend the first half of the expansion literally south of the border in fucking Peru, Mexico, right? And then in the second half, you go literally again north of the border and you're in Texazona. It's crazy. Apparently with some banana pudding. Alright. What time is it? 10 p.m? Just about time that we typically stop these things. Alright, yeah, I'm cutting it here. This feels like a decent stopping point. Let me see if I have any raiders. We are pretty well on track. Ugh. Could I send you to? I could send you all to Freya. I'll send you all to Freya. Freya's playing cassette beasts. Thank you for dropping by today. This was, we're like officially at the halfway part, roundabouts. Ugh. So we're on track to be done with this in not many more days. I'm gonna go to bed because I have to go to the store tomorrow to get groceries for the house. So, ugh. One of those things. But thank you for dropping by. I'm gonna send you a little bit of Freya. Freya's a good friend. She's fine cassette beasts. Be polite and all that shit. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow, same time. Same time until we finish the whole game. It's gonna be great. Bye. 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 Say goodbye. Bye. Bye.